we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Alright. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, like for the most part, I caught up with most of the videos that you did. I'm just doing my artwork for, well, two things. Well, one of them was the one you sent earlier with the Envy and Trinity picture. But the one I was currently doing before you asked that was a group picture of Carnage, Shadow, and Evil Ada. And the reason why I was doing that is because I was gonna put up her like her stuff when she became like a raider for Breakers and what she'd be able to do.
Our bond is strong.
And here's the thing, I could do this event right here. I accidentally started it, so I know like a couple of characters that are already in it. One of them is a newer character, but I'm gonna do more on that when everything comes out for us, so I can get it all done in a day. If I can get this hangout done fast, if I can get the hangout event done faster than I want to, then it's likely that when I do switch games, it'll probably be Xenoverse, because the last time I streamed it was the last time I did that event. I do want to do more of it because I do want to try to get to my, because I do want to try to get myself to a specific goal. I didn't check the leaderboards for a while, so it'll be as much of a surprise to me as it will be to anybody else. Because we don't join for Timoko. Okay.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus.
I'm very sure what he's showing was probably a rough sketch, not a finalized sketch. I don't even have to the camera pattern is one with difficult parts drawing. All like the camouflage. Sometimes with certain patterns, yeah, it is a bit difficult for me. Like that's why for some characters they're more simplistic than others. Though sometimes I do like to see what happens when I do patterns of certain characters, or when I put them through like AI mirror or Meitu and stuff. Like again, I've only like I think one of the hardest things I've done when I used multiple colors was for character auras, especially Ada's when she went Ultra Instinct. Overall drawing where Nina's yeah, Nina's outfit, yeah, there's a lot going on with it.
This door too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
Roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that I'm still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof, so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
Oh, yeah, another thing, like unrelated to Genshin. I did go over the breakers earlier, but I didn't play a match. There was something in the mail talking about how, at least in my time, it was gonna be like 4 a.m. or something like that, that they were going to put out, I think, the gameplay or some sort of trailer for the Season 3 Raider and the new Survivor skin. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Now, very likely I probably wouldn't even be on PlayStation by then. I'll probably just be on my phone. But I will probably give you my thoughts on that whenever I get the chance to.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Hey, young man, please wait.
So his mood is just completely like just, yeah, like his mood is completely sour. It went from three, it went from 3 hearts to 0. I didn't even get to make a choice, but I guess that's a part of it. But Jesus Christ, I'm still on the Zenny gun. I'm playing Survivor right now. Can I complete the weekly challenges? The weekly and daily challenges aren't reset for me, so I didn't really do that. I've been doing, the ones I have been doing have been more Survivor-based stuff because I actually am at priority 3 for Raider. But the thing is, I would much rather wait until I start streaming so everybody can see my frustration with Spopovich. Because believe me, this might be around the last couple of times you see me as Spopovich until the next Raider comes out, depending on who it is and what they can do. You know, using more Zen for Season 3. The only time I will use Zen is probably for quotes.
If the
At least for now.
trouble, I'll drag every last one of them back to apologize.
But yeah, speaking of, I'm actually I think 2 like Dragon Points away from getting one more Season 2 ticket, which will actually mark my, I think, probably final 10 pull of Season 2, at least ticket wise, like Season 2 tickets. It said unleash power, they are coming. Well, I'll have to see where this goes then. Yeah, the Ginyu Force is likely. I mean, even Frieza told me how he should have sent the Ginyu Force for the start over there. I know it's like a throwaway line, but somebody else would probably think that's like a teasing thing or something. Though, at least for me, I would much rather it be Goku Black and them, since, you know, I kind of want characters like Future Trunks to have another skin, or Mai and stuff to be in the game. But I don't mind Ginyu being in there, because again, if he's in there, then they could have, well, actually, coming to think of it, if they're in the game, then they're going to have transfers and they're all going to be cheap. I really just thought about it, because if you think about it, someone like, oh, what's up, Moth? But yeah, someone like Golda or something like that, he has like time control like moves, and if you're a Raider and he uses stuff like that on you, you're likely not going to get away. You can't really chase after other people. I know Raccoon is probably going to have some armor based. Birder will have something speed based. Jice, I don't know. Maybe Crusher Ball might actually be accurate or something. Getting Ginyu is probably, that's the most weird of all, to me at least. Look, I don't know. People are saying it might be the Ginyu Force.
This was truly the worst decision ever. Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health. So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around.
No one was around. You were right in front of a restaurant when you said that.
Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now.
Like, that's like me arguing outside of Applebee's expecting nobody to notice or something.
Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass of juice, coming right up.
Let's see here. The Tomoko drink is mostly to see if I still got it. Okay. I mean, that's nice. I say, like me,
I know
I don't know. For a while, I stopped drawing. I don't know what it
But
was
if you
because
could
I've
add
always
this
liked
one to the
drawing.
list
It
as
may
well, I'd really
there was
appreciate it.
there was something that happened
Arguing
that
with
made
a
me get
client
back
is not
into
a
it.
good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though, what was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
Yeah, but that is your customer, and I don't want to say the customer is always right because sometimes they're not. But you know, you got to make the customer happy.
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
Kaveh, you need to calm down some. I've been talking more in the stream and everything. Like basically, this is what like probably like 5 minutes into this hangout event. This person's already about to drink himself to death over
You
here.
got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods? Or an expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Here's your drink. How are you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your tolerance is usually much better than that.
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler? Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather similar.
Well, I'm glad you summed it up that quickly.
In Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is basically the key to killing any conversation. It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Otherwise, we could have talked about this for a little longer. Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He's not going to listen to anything I say. He understands nothing about my design, and all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me. Okay, it is possible that I was just jaded by my frustration. Well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make a 7th. Let's go have another talk with him. I know where we'd be able to find the guy. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that wine better not be the ending of this dang hangout event. But yeah, unrelated. Well, actually, this is related to Genshin, but this is gonna be done, I think, during the event. Like, as you can probably see with some of the characters here, like let's say, where is he? Like Mika, I can actually ascend him because I've been working on bosses for the past like day or two. So I've been working on him. I've already done Tainari's here. You can see right here I got 12 out of 12. I just need to get 5 more of these. And then the other person I'm working on, like pretty much, I think before before I start on the event in a few days, I was working on, where is it? Yeah, you're back here. As far as on. I need 10 more of these, which means I have to fight the boss like 4 or 5 times. I can do it easily because it's this boss. Now, the reason why I'm doing it is because after I do that and then wait till the end of the month, I'll have enough for a 10-point to stay in the banner.
Just let me know if you ever find yourself in a pinch.
And I haven't a clue what's going on Discord right now. What the heck does that mean? Got some person throwing a tennis ball at somebody. Alright. Where you would find that picture, I don't even know. Alright. But yeah, that drawing that was requested earlier, along with the drawing I'm doing currently, I will try to get those done before season 3 hits for Breakers. Right? Again, I don't want to rush things, but I do want to get things done sooner than later. Right, let's go ahead and continue this Hangout event. I'm guessing the other choice, I guess, regards what was it like? Like the trailer said, let's go do something else. That might be the other ending. Route.
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some more?
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable. If I choose you to create the design for my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you just showed me. It's just...
Just what?
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty cheap. The timber here as well. We should be able to find some substitutes.
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt again. Just please hold on for a second.
Hey, let me check something real quick. Okay.
So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? But if we implement your suggestions, then I'm afraid we have to scrap the entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong. Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we make such a change, both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit.
Y'all gonna wind up fighting again.
If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all. You should have the final say on how the project turns out.
I want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task at hand.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please, give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
I also have a similar feeling. Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business. He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, he hardly sounds the part. That's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like constantly reminding you to pay back your debts, or hinting every other day that it's time for you to pay rent. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided on a plan. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better.
Alright, let's go. Follow the client. Let's see here. I'm also including the extra details the outfit has. I know it's going to take time, but it'll likely be worth it in the end. Alright.
Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking.
Because me, again, usually when I do drawings...
Hey, look!
Oh.
Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now. What is he up to?
Usually my method of drawing, even though it's probably pretty common, usually I use like a pencil and I draw really lightly first. And once I get everything done, once I know everything is finalized and I like where everything is, then I write over it in pen. Because if I write over things in pen first and I mess up, then I have to redo the entire drawing, and I don't want to do that. So I always do pencil, then I pen it, then I start coloring.
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Too. All right.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Eremite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape.
Person just coming out of nowhere with an Eremite uniform.
I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or drive away sumpter beasts, I'm your man.
I guess you've had to draw using hopes and prayers. Yeah, got that sometimes. What's up, Dylan?
You used to be an Eremite mercenary?
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to make a living. We're not that greedy by nature, and we'll do our best when given a job.
Let me think. I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the Mora for anything more. How about this? Why don't you try your luck somewhere else?
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. From the way he was dressed, I would have thought he was a merchant from the rainforest. Let's ask him about it. We meet again.
Huh? Why are you guys here?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't trust.
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me, but rather a library for children living in the desert.
Why don't you just start with that then? That sounds like a noble thing.
A library? Funded entirely by yourself? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. It sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right, and I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already being done by the academia. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high. I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland.
Wait, from the start? That's what I said.
I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora, hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make Mora by scamming people, so I decided to reach out to you. By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to anybody.
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of Mora.
Let me just get this part of the thing off the screen.
Into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own Mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money, and lost everything, down to the last coin. And after that, he even borrowed Mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
I don't know why they would think he's easy target when he's in possession of a dendrovision.
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation have gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets for criminals.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to accept their existence as a fact of life. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have nearly enough Mora to pay for the design you proposed. I've done the math, and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design, and I'm quite fond of the proposal as well. So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is. I've been looking for work every day, and in another month, I should be able to cobble together enough Mora to meet the budget.
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then, what will you do if something unexpected comes up, and you find yourself stuck with no emergency fund?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, when you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call it unexpected anymore. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world, so that the children of the future would have some books to read, and the desert dwellers would be able to learn their letters and pick up some practical knowledge. A while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life, and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes, I can imagine that. My father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academia, for some time I still sensed many critical looks in my direction. I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound and fury outside, and allow one to focus on the book in their hands. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to keep it under your budget. Any ideas on what we can do? Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to join our cause and pool their money together to build the library? That does make sense. A library is a big project, and it's going to be hard to fund it with just a single person's Mora. What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the size of the building 2- or 3-fold.
The survival level limit will likely increase 200. It likely will, because they're going to try to increase maybe to 200 because, you know, people are, for a while, since they've been 150 for a while, haven't had any ways to build, TP tokens in that game. Because the only way you can get that normally is if you're doing stuff for Xenoverse, which can be stressful at times, or if you go to the PlayStation Store, which I doubt many people want to do. So like I said, I feel like there should be like certain things you could do or something like that to get more TP tokens. Even if you use Zenny to pay for TP tokens, I'd be somewhat cool with that. Because again, it's like there aren't really many ways to get that in the game. I mean, there's going to be a lot of nerfs and buffs as well when Season 3 comes out, and I'm hoping that, what do I say? I feel like, moves that should get buffed based on how much time it takes should get buffed. Kind of like a move, like, let's say Perfect Kamehameha. That move, it takes so long to start up. Probably even longer than, the Super Electric Strike, which is 100 cost, by the way. That one's like 150, and it takes a long time to start up, a long time to recover, and doesn't do as much damage as something like that or a special beam cannon. Again, it's too big of a risk. So I feel like something like that, if it's gonna cost that much, should do more damage.
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to find these sponsors?
I also feel like, what else I want to say? Super Electric Strike, I feel like a way they could probably somewhat buff it. I mean, you can nerf it by having it be 150 energy cost, but you can buff it by actually having it work when you're by trees and stuff. Because sometimes, if you're like in a cave or you're in like a tree or something like that, then it just instantly disappears. Like that's just completely gotten aware that huge wide like blast. Like you remember how like Revenge Death Ball worked for a while pre-patch, whereas like sometimes it would just disappear and it wouldn't do any damage, like, especially on the ground when you're trying to like let's say you like heavy stone to break somebody and you do like Revenge Death Ball. It does like a tick of damage and then it just completely disappears. It wasn't until later that they patched it to where it still goes down slowly as if they blocked it or something.
Well, you're right. If I really think about it, I'm not too familiar with many big-name merchants.
You said Super Electric Strikes have a 120 cost limit. It should. I also feel like if Special Beam Cannon is 150. No, here's the thing. Special Beam Cannon is 150 energy cost, but it's because it's incredibly fast and does a lot of damage. I feel like if the startup was slightly slower, like an actual Special Beam Cannon, I don't know, it would feel like actually more way to the move, and plus, I don't know. Maybe I want to see something about Special Beam Cannon. And I also feel like what they should add, I said this before, I think when I was playing Breakers, was that before you play or pick a preset, no, not preset. Before you pick like a transfer, it should say for level 1 what your Ki Blast is, so you know what it is without going to practice mode. Because sometimes people don't have the time to do that, especially when, let's say, you find 7 people to join your party and everything. You don't want to redo everything because one person wants to go over to practice mode. Because I doubt you want to go to practice mode to test out each and every level 1 Ki Blast. That can get very tiresome.
Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this. Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she'll need to do is to make some introductions instead of spending Mora. Let's go and pay her a visit.
But yeah, I feel like some stuff like Super Electric Strike, because of how powerful it is, it should have like a 120 or something like that energy cost. I also feel like, you see, here's the thing, if energy field, if that doesn't get buffed, if that somehow stays the same, then at least increase the time that you would need to teleport to somebody using instant transmission. The reason why I say that is because people will use that as an automatic escape. You can't do anything. But if you have like, even if they increase the time by like a second, we do instant transmission, it'll give the raider enough time to catch him. Now here's the thing, now this is not me saying, oh, I want to get caught when I'm playing as a survivor, but I know some people have a stressful time picking players like Cell, trying to catch somebody who does something like that. And besides, as it stands right now, survivors have enough traps to get away anyhow. They don't need energy field. They have flames in my fry pan. They have trap devices. They have smoke. They have like smoke bombs and stuff. Because even though I do like playing as a survivor more, I do feel like there should be some balance between the two, for both Raiders and that. Because the reason why I say that is because I know, because I've been noticing that some people who play the game like level 9, level 1, level 20, that means that they didn't play like they aren't day one players, and if they were, then they stopped after a time because they probably thought the experience would be frustrating at first. Alright, first escape. Let's see here. I don't know if Blast Volley should be nerfed. Yesterday beat. Well, it also has a long startup time. Yeah, I noticed you were trying different active skills and transfers. I actually saw, I think it was yesterday, because again, I wasn't streaming. But I did see you there when we were fighting, I think one of the raiders, I forget which one up. I think it was Vegeta, I think it was.
Now here are some unexpected guests. What brings you to the Palace of Alcazar's Ray?
I just really thought about it. I really thought about why Dora hasn't had a hangout about yet. She probably just be too greedy about the whole thing. She probably want you to pay for everything.
When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more days before I can collect my shiny Mora.
Yeah, that right there, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art, and yet your mind is still fixated on nothing but Mora?
I ain't never heard of objet d'art before. But
what is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entirely dependent on your hoard of cold, emotionless Mora?
That's exactly right! Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you don't keep your mind on it, your Mora may just find its way to somebody else's pockets.
Literally the embodiment of no shame, this character right here.
If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll fill it to the brim with lots and lots of Mora.
You're hopeless.
Oh? So you have an actual reason to visit me? Alright, let's hear it. Merchants? Why? Is there some kind of business opportunity? Oh, I see. So you're just looking for someone to help you fit the bill.
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse just making some introductions for us, would you?
Sure, I can connect you with some folks, but with every service comes a fee, you know.
A fee? You mean just for introductions?
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation on the line. Why wouldn't I charge a fee for something so important? And since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a huge returning customer discount. How about 500,000 Mora?
See, this is what I'm talking about. Why she can have a hangout event.
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before we've even secured any funding? That just doesn't seem right. Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your mind off your Mora even for just 1 second and focus on something far more important?
Very well. Since you're so passionate about this project, I'll help you out and waive the introduction fees.
Oh, finally, we come to an understanding. The floating device is good and better. Yeah, it is. And there's a lot of stuff people don't really pay attention to in that game that are actually really good. So I feel like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what stuff could be nerfed or something like that. Because here's the thing. You could be indefinitely looped by, like, if you're a Swordfish. The reason why I say is because suppose everybody had Krillin's shoe. That cooldown is 25 seconds if you get, if you throw it. If it is like a 5-second stun time for the rating or something like Swordfish or something like that, someone could literally throw a shoe at you every 5 seconds in turn. And that's only there's 5 people. So basically, there could literally be 5, 6 people throwing shoes at you the entire time while there's one other person literally picking up all the power keys and Dragon Balls. That's why nobody uses stuff like Go-Go Gum. Because it's literally that. But it's like 60 seconds or 55 seconds or something like that. It's something long, ridiculous. So like Solar Flare, that one you gotta be close up.
3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you, and just so we're clear, it'll be up to you to present your project and discuss any deals.
Thank you so much.
You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
Alright, so Kave's mood is getting a little bit better.
Speak with the butler for something.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kaveh, the renowned architect, and you are the traveler. Practically all of Teyvat has heard of you by now.
The thing is that Crunch is so hard to hit when the radar is moving. It is, but you can. But the thing is, with someone like Swordfish, you can bait him into doing stuff because of how limited he is.
To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here. But
I
since
mean, like,
Dory took the time to introduce
here's the thing.
we can
Even
spend some time to have a conversation. So let's hear your idea.
but so like, even if he, let's say he finds 4 civilians and he tries to go to Boo's thing, people could literally all gang up on you and do that. You wanna know how I know that could probably happen? Because it happens to me all the time when I try to go for that thing. All of a sudden, I get all 4 civilians. All of a sudden, somebody up and changes. It happens multiple times. Even in the intro of like one of my later videos, that happened. Now I didn't show the full fight. What happened throughout that fight was that I believe I won a Super Brew or something like that. I think 2 people escaped, but I won Super Brew. But that fight in the beginning was frustrating because as soon as I found a civilian, everybody ganged up on me. It was the firewall and everything. I feel like if I would have rewind time, no, instead of going around the firewall, I would have just used the Swordfish's energy wave move and then just used it.
Alright, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert dwellers to have more access to reading materials.
So it's a public welfare project.
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want to get this project rolling as soon as possible. We're just a little short on funding.
So what? You can't possibly expect that we just cover the shortfall for you. Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build it yourself with your own Mora. Seems simple enough to me.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring this project? So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure? There is some value to that. It could make doing business in the desert a bit easier.
Well, just speaking for myself, I've got nothing in the desert.
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term. But in the long term, the reputation gain also doesn't sound like it'd offset the cost of the sponsorship.
Okay, actually, let me rewind something, since we're talking about breakers. So, at the event, it is the Ginyu Force I'm hearing. What do you think that their map's gonna look like if they actually have one at all?
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit to an entire complex of buildings dedicated to culture and education.
Wouldn't that just cost more?
Yes, but in that case... Mr. Kaveh, please tell us what you have in mind.
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, then the desert dwellers would gradually begin to migrate towards the area.
I put that to screen me too, because I was in the cave. Yeah, you know it's not gonna stand still, but yeah. But what I was saying earlier with this thing, I do know that like some people's wishing is worded a bit differently, like Vegeta's. I know that Frieza could wish for immortality, but what would the Ginyu Force wish for exactly? Because I'm really thinking about it, and I don't think they really. I'm trying to remember that saga. I don't think they actually wanted to really use the Dragon Balls, and if they did, I think they wanted to hand them over to Frieza rather than use it themselves.
A whole suite of buildings will be able to host
Unless, of course, Frieza is somehow level 4 or something.
Of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities. I've been to the desert several times. Although there are still many lingering tensions between the two regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will only become more and more important to Sumeru.
You do have a point.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes in the area.
It would just be to show me an ideal future wish. That would be, but the thing is, that would be for everybody though, because everybody but Ginyu died. Now the reason why I say Ginyu is because Ginyu didn't die, I think, until well, actually, no, he died. I thought about it. No, okay, he died because I was gonna say he didn't finally like really meet his end on screen until I think Dragon Ball, what was it, like Super, which was like resurrecting the F, where he was in Tagoma's body, I think it was, because I remember that Godo, he got his head chopped off by Vegeta. Birder, he got blasted by Vegeta, I think. Same thing with Vakum after he was one-shotted by Goku a little later. Jais, I think he also got killed by him. Ginyu, he didn't die until the explosion of Namek, since he was in the frog.
And you just believe anything he tells you?
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If
Yeah,
you don't
Vegeta,
believe
but
me,
yeah.
you can ask anyone on the street to confirm it to you.
You...
Hey, why are you starting to sound like I'll hate them?
Wait, something just occurred
This
to me.
man finds his way to break
If
out
we're
hate him
going
in
to
that
build a
everything
library
he's
in the
in.
desert,
That man
Aru
been living in his
Village
head
would
rent free
obviously be the best
since he
place for
came
it.
out.
But it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of land and buildings in Aru Village have already been secretly purchased by a big-name merchant.
Now, I'm very sure that their intro, of course, because you know they're the Ginyu Force, in the very beginning, you know they're gonna do their like signature pose and everything, talking about the Ginyu Force, and I feel like if they are the raiders that you fight, when you see like the startup screen, where you see like the 7 survivors on the bottom, and then you see the raider on the top, like the Ginyu one, they're all gonna do like their signature poses. I can already tell. You'll see Ginyu talking for them and stuff, unless of course there's an emote with everybody saying something like "We are the Ginyu Force" or something.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much left for us. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location. If we want to build it anywhere else, we'll have to deal with a far larger list of problems. It's not impossible, I suppose, but...
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market for expansion to other areas.
But if you were to do that...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are no other urgent matters, I'll be on my way.
Wow, this person just like wants to get slapped in the face, doesn't he?
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas, please feel free to reach out.
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own. Let's revisit this another time.
So she's the only person that's optimistic about this, I think. The other two are kind of in it for themselves. Like, they don't want anything to do with this unless they get a huge cut of something.
Guys, wait! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends, after all. As soon as they heard that there's not much more in this for them, they lost all interest. Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. But I can never get used to that. Those people never think of anyone other than themselves.
Okay, but I feel like with Godo, he's a level 1 Godo, I feel like his thing would be, let's see, with Godo. His active skill would probably be freezing you in place. You know, the time control thing. You just have a bigger range than that of a game like Xenoverse. And I feel like his L1, like his super attack, will be the ice shard he threw. As for Ki Blasts, I don't know. That one I'd have to think about a little more. Maybe it might be medium speed Ki Blast, like Spopovich or something. Like the one-handed one. It might just be yellow or something. Raccoon, he would have Ultra Fighting Bomb. Wait, yeah. He would have Ultra Fighting Bomber as his super attack number 2, I think. His number 1 super attack would probably be that Raccoon Eraser gun. His Ki Blast would probably be Would it be Andrew combo kind of like Frieza's for level 2? And then his evasive might be Mighty Explosive Wave. Some kind of similar to how he does stuff in Xenoverse. Jice with Birder. I'm trying to think about what their evasives would be. Though I do know that Birder would probably have to do something with speed. Jice would probably do more of the work. But Ginyu though, that's the one that I don't want to say confuses me, but that one's a bit it's a lot to think about with him. How, like, well, for one, how they all destroy an area, because I don't remember them doing any of that. They just kind of fought straight up. They didn't really blow up anything. The only person who attempted to really blow up a huge area, I think, was Raccoon.
Looks like we'll have to figure out some other way to get the funding. Let's go.
It would be more like the energy volume move using on Gohan. Okay.
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it?
How on earth did she... Never mind. She knew about that the whole thing. She was just listening the whole time.
Oh, where did all that passion go from earlier, I take it you weren't able to find a sponsor for your project?
They're all as greedy as you, that's why.
Please don't tell me that you're here to mock us.
What kind of person do you take me for? Would the kind and generous Lord Sakuma Bay really do such a thing? I will say, though, I more or less expected this outcome even before I introduced them to you. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns. No sane person would put their money into this.
But this isn't just a business project, right? Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me 500,000 mora? You scammer!
You might want to remember who your creditor is before you start talking like that, Kaveh.
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different matter.
Okay. See here, AD. That's area destruction. Okay, yeah. Come right. Okay, so they erase a gun. Okay, that probably makes sense. Tries to be the crusher ball. Ginyu be Milky Cannon. So if that's gonna be his area destruction, what would Ginyu's ultimate attack be? Because I do know that he's the only person who can body change. I mean, it'd be kind of funny though, like for him body changing other like survivors, and you see like a survivor fighting you like he's like a level 4 or something. It's like he's someone like May wearing her just like regular outfit, just tanking attacks because she's level 4.
Alright, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with another big-name merchant. In fact, I'll be inviting the most famous merchant in all of Sumeru, so I'll be counting on your performance.
But I don't think that Ginyu would have something like Holstein Shock in the game. Nobody would want to do damage to themselves. And at the event they did, it would probably be because he wants to change bodies with somebody and give that person less health. But I wouldn't know how that would work though, because your character could only get hit twice before they get down, unless of course you use a barrier recovery device or if you're in change. Unless of course you fight Great Vegeta, who doesn't care about either, which I'll be posting a video about that soon.
What? Really? I would like to sincerely apologize for my attitude just now. So, where would we be meeting this merchant?
I'll probably name the video like "Please nerf this" or something. I don't know.
Follow me. Oh,
Bye,
I
change.
suppose both of you can come.
It probably would be. I feel like but I feel like his wish would probably just be heal my wounds. Since Ginyu doesn't really have anything he want to do with the Dragon Balls because he and the Ginyu Force are too loyal to Lord Frieza or whatever. Like, that's pretty much what it is with him. Like, a lot of stuff he does, like, is for him. Follow Dory. Alright. Alright, lead the way. Oh, so I can't run anyway. Alright. I'm hoping that I get Kaveh, since I actually like Kaveh in this game. Dory, I got her like twice now. I don't like, and I didn't like it either time. The survival level I've been wait a minute.
This is the place.
Nice try. That one, I almost read that off. I remember that one. You almost got me, stream. Almost. Look at my phone now. Yeah, just a quote from Donkey Kong Vegeta, yep.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous merchant in Sumeru. Well, where are they?
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous merchant in Sumeru?
Huh? So you meant yourself all along? Then why did you bring us here?
Well, I've given it some thought, and that complex of education and culture buildings that you mentioned does hold some promise. It'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own, but that's not really a problem for me.
But I feel like, I feel like if he body, you know what? Actually, that might be it. I feel like if he body changes you, and he does Holstein Strike, then either your character and Ginyu's body will either be slow, your character will probably have a red ring around you the entire match, or your dragon change might not last that long. I don't know how they would do it if they do body change in the game for Ginyu, if he's in the game. But I'm optimistic about how they put him in this thing. I was optimistic about Vegeta before, so I'm giving the Ginyu Force a chance as well.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly? Are you trying to scam me again?
The reasons are not important. What's important is that I'm willing to help you. However, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy. So, to cut costs...
But that's the other thing now. Because remember, every single time that they introduce a raider, well, it's only been once, they add in a little bit more to the story mode. So, if it's the Ginyu Force, you'll likely see a Ginyu Force based, like, tutorial, pretty much, on how to, like, deal with them. He might body change you or something like that. You might throw a frog at him or something. Who knows? I don't know. But all I know is that at the event you do get sucked into the Pearl Seam, this person better have his belt on, because it still ticks me off to this day thinking about it. The fact that you literally almost got killed by Napping Vegeta because he didn't have a belt on that day.
I get it. I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Ginyu also body changed Bulma. Yeah, and actually if he did, then that would technically mean that no matter what route they take with the Goku Black or Ginyu Force as the Raider, then Bulma will have either one of the outfits, where she has the Ginyu Force saga or the Goku Black saga clothes, which I'm hoping that they do put in.
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right away.
again, as I also said before, if they also
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read. Their lives should improve a bit after this.
the other thing I said was that I feel like if they also put the Ginyu Force in the game, then the other character that they would have to put in as a transfer would be Nail. Me and Mont discussed this yesterday night when I was playing, I think Genshin Impact and I think Breakers. But yeah, we were just discussing what would happen like if he was ready in the game, what other transfers they would add. Because this one was a bit weird because it was like Bardock, Whis, Beerus, and some Super Saiyans. So that makes me better the question, who are they going to add for the Ginyu Force? Now, I think they're probably going to put in Super Saiyan 3 Goku because, you know, Boo's already in the game. They're probably going to add Super Saiyan 2 Adult Gohan. Based on the way he quote-unquote fought, probably the Supreme Kai as a survivor skin. He didn't do much of anything, he just kind of stood there.
Of course, there are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people change their fates.
So yeah, some skins I'm expecting to see in the future are Launch, Namek Saga Dende, Hercule, Ox King, and Mai. So Launch would have a gun. Hercule, funny enough, he has a gun too, actually. The Ox King uses this thing, Mai, she has a gun as well. How would, if he is a survivor skin, what would Dende use as a square button? I know that Chi-Chi uses martial arts. I know that the farmer uses a shotgun. I know that the standard person uses a gun. And I don't remember Namek Saga Dende holding some sort of weapon shooting at Frieza.
I must thank you as
I mean,
well,
granted, the
Dory.
weapon can't do damage to you
used to say
anyway,
you only
but
cared
I would
about
expect him to
Mora,
do
which
something
might have been some prejudice on my part. Sorry for that.
to break
I will
stuff.
also try to pay back my debts as soon as possible. Now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be built?
Is there
That would be the
Shockwave or
most
Keyblast?
important building.
Probably. Though I do remember that the Namek... He's a Denny with a gun. Look, anything is possible in the realm of Breakers.
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back. You can just use the address on the document to find the lot.
Huh? The deed? So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up everything around Aru Village was you all along?
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your ideas to me. Before our conversation, I had no idea what to build on all those lots. So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot in return.
But what about my commission fees?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to cut costs. We mustn't procrastinate and should start construction as soon as possible. But before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees and even promised to take responsibility for the whole project from start to finish. I'm so touched, really.
It's obvious that you used every trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately paused for a long time while talking about the project and kept glancing at me with that menacing look in your eyes.
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed, so there's no point in dwelling on the details. You know what? I'll pay for tonight's dinner.
I mean, it's already there.
Fine, I'll drop the argument on the commission fees. But since you said you're paying for dinner, I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it. Tonight, we're feasting until I've recouped my full commission fees.
I really do hate her. Dory, at least. I guess subconsciously now I know why I don't pick her. Either taking advantage of the dude who's just passionate about his project. But yeah, that's ending number 1. Wait a minute. He uses Ingenuity books too, doesn't he? Who else was with Ingenuity books? Was that who I think it was? Actually, I wouldn't. But I'm pretty sure Nahida uses Ingenuity books. Let's see here. Even Andrew 18 and Vidal twerking is possible breakers thanks to charming pose. It is. I feel like I kind of feel like it would be. No, I don't know. I feel like if everybody had their own pose, like each character transfer had their own pose when doing charming, it would actually do more attention to detail. Kind of like let's say you did a charming pose with a, let's say if Hercule was a transfer, he would just do like the Hercule like the pose when doing it. And then someone like who else? I don't know. Bum would probably be the same or something. I don't know. I was like Boo. He probably do that like that Boo pose where he kind of jumps up and screams his own name. Why am I in that menu? I gotta do the next ending, and hopefully it's not too long. The only reason why it felt longer is because I was doing more talking about breakers and actually pay attention to this event. But I don't mind it at all, as long as we're able to speculate everything. So, okay, so I was supposed to make a different choice right here. A couple ones working in the show. If she did, it would probably be on YouTube, and I would probably saw. Now I remember. I remember her twerking in the show. Now the reason why I said that, I don't want to say the same, but I do remember her getting Zamasu's attention. Though it didn't really work on Zamasu because the only person he's interested in is himself.
We meet? Huh? That's what we want. There's no need.
Believe me.
A library? I've heard that
You're right. The desert is too... And what... All I know, I don't have much longer left on it. I didn't want you to know that
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it
Do you
safe
like
to the next
TCG in
level.
this game?
Hold
Yeah, I
on.
like in this game. And what's
Don't
up?
tell me
When someone agreed. After that, I spent a while the other way.
just a hunt. I ran into some. He said that he had. And after that, according to him,
Those kinds of...
it's ultimately neither of us. Yeah, you'll. Anyway,
That's what I would... I've done the math, so...
by.
To be honest, all I want is to build it. A while ago, I know that... So even if...
Yeah, my father. I'm sure a child. But let's break. Building it accord. A slightly different style. Give me a minute. Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple bungalow would solve most of our problems. However, I do not think this would be the best solution.
Now, I think the hardest thing about TCG is probably, I think, like the bosses, with the exception of the newest one. Those two ice enemies, like the ice system majors, we'll call them. Yeah, because they easily lost to Diluc, I think it was, when I fought them. The one, like the hardest one, I think, in my opinion, was probably the that one, I forget what it's called, but it's that green looking bird or whatever you fight from Sumeru. That one's the hardest one because it only has to hit you twice, so in order to get the elemental burst back up, pretty much. And it happens pretty much every turn, because remember, like, you see it because sometimes when you attack as a character, you have to use like three you have to use like 3 dice, or depending on how you do stuff, like 2 dice. But with him, it's 1 each and every time, and he only takes 2 hits until he does it. So fighting him is a bit difficult. So I have to use like shield characters and everything.
While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable in this situation, as the library will serve a high number of children. many of whom would have never been exposed to structures that may be considered elegant or beautiful. To completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture. I share Badawi's sentiments in wanting to preserve a more complex design. However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental elegance, which is to say we won't touch the arches and stone pillars but make changes elsewhere, this is definitely a first. To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to put a lot of extra effort into the layout, lines, and color.
I see. Would that really be okay?
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, you chose to approach me. Most of the others would have given up on this project by now. As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind, but I'd need to visit the site to make sure. Where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my childhood home, I think it'll be the best site for such a building.
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble before, and now you're revising the design again because of me. Which draft are we even on now? It's making me feel terribly guilty.
I don't know why survivors don't scream anymore when they get. I feel like they should probably maybe add that again, I guess. Since, you know, you are being turned to candy. You, of course, anybody saying would scream for something like that. I also feel like at the event to do buff a character like Swipovich, have him get 3 civilians instead of 4. Because finding 4 civilians for the worst raider is already a chore. Larvacell only needs to find 2. In fact, if we're gonna be technical, he doesn't need to find any. He can kind of just chill wherever the heck he wants and just does whatever. But again, as long as you don't get attacked by survivors early, you automatically get to level 2. You can absorb 1 civilian and just chill by another one for a little bit, and you become Imperfect Cell after about a good minute or so. Frieza, he gains a lot when he downs civilians and can finish with from a distance. And he can also get some when he's getting hit. The only thing is with Swipovich, he can gain meter through combo strings and stuff, because you know he uses the thing. But even with a character like Nappa, as long as he's attacking you, he can gain meter to get Vegeta. And Nappa is one of the most powerful level 2s in the game. You know, they should have made Deborah transfer. I'm looking at that one, talking about Deborah screaming. Either transfer, because here's the thing. The other thing they could do is they could have it to where Deborah is a boss that not a boss, like a raider. You could have it to where it's like Fui Fui, Yakon, Deborah, and then Deborah when he powers up. And you can actually put in every place that they were in. You know, remember, you can have Fui Fui when he fought on his planet, you know, through that illusion. Yakon when he fought in the dark. You can have Deborah when he fought in the demon realm, with like pink everywhere. You can also have it like the desert area. And maybe in the center. I don't know. I want to say the World Tournament stage. Because, you know, they went outside of that to go to those places. But, I don't know. Having a Deborah Raider would also have a lot of thought be put into it. Because, again, someone like Yakon didn't blow up any areas. He just absorbed light. Fui Fui didn't do much of anything either. That's why I say it was level 1.
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some monsters that are blocking the way to Aru Village.
And they can probably also kind of have it to where it's like, what's his name? Like Bobbity is like an assist for Deborah or something. They're trying to find people or something. I don't know. They can give him something. Cause I mean, he could. I don't want to say he could use key detection, but he did know where Gohan was coming when he tried to surprise attack him in the water.
We want to keep the roads clear and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that'll help us save Samora.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
What are you waiting for then? Let's pack up and get ready to go.
Alright. How far I gotta go? Nope, not walking there. Yeah, I'm not walking over to the desert to do that. Because I'm telling you, if I play this game with no teleport and waypoints, I don't know how far back I would be, but I wouldn't be doing this right now.
Most materials going from Caravan Ribat to Aru Village would pass through here. There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let us know.
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing. I'll be careful, though, and you should do the same.
You're not stronger than me.
Stand with me.
Scanning. Sight clear.
I'll settle this. Fire hazard. Dissipate.
Come at me.
Propagate. Shudder.
I feel I would use everybody at least once, but I use Kaveh most since I don't have him as a character yet.
I'm fine. I've spent my entire life fighting these kinds of monsters in the desert after all. They won't get the best of me. But it's one thing to fight against monsters.
Meanwhile, some treasure hoarder in the back, mind his own business.
An old injury. It's something I picked up when I was young. There were many fights between mercenary brigades back then, and one day someone stabbed me in the back. I don't think much of it back then, but with age, it's caught up to me. Few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of reputation and wealth. And many mercenaries never even made much of the latter to begin with.
Is there someone you know who can help to look after you?
Unfortunately, no. My wife passed away at an early age, and I don't have any children. Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I have many regrets about my past, but at the same time I also know that there were never many options for me in the first place. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of luck than actual ability. If at all possible, I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. I don't want them to turn out like me. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble. Seems like we've already cleared out most of the monsters. Let's hurry over to Aru Village.
I think it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on people he's never met. Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness. Kindness that hasn't been eroded away by the struggles of his life.
Let me read that off so it doesn't show up more than once.
Perhaps. To clarify, though, I don't think I'm quite the same.
I've also been using fake death in item search not too long ago. Fake death I haven't used yet. I feel like it's like I want to use it at least once, but I don't know. I probably want to test it out in practice mode against other people that I know before actually using it in an actual match.
Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a happy life. But my situation is more complex than that. In the beginning, what drove me to harbor those thoughts was less idealism and more a desire to make up for a sense of guilt. When I was young, I impulsively encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Championship, hosted by the Academia. He set off confidently hoping to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. What's more, he fell into depression after the competition, and requested to join an investigative research project in the desert.
Let's see here. The only uses I can get out of fake death is I'm hiding in a bush. If I get close enough, if the seeds know you're back there. Yeah, they do see. Yeah, because remember, like, it does cause an explosion before the move actually happens. I feel like if it didn't cause an explosion, it would be more viable. But I feel like the explosion, you're supposed to use it when they shoot at you or when they miss, so it actually looks like you got hit.
I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if other factors may have contributed to his death, the fundamental cause still circles back to me.
Though I do feel like you can probably use fake death. I'm just thinking. You could probably use fake death to avoid someone like Yamu or Swapovich or something like that. Again, I will probably test the stuff out once I actually do more of it in practice mode.
I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't
It
do
also makes
something for a
it so the
specific
radar can't
person,
lock onto you.
I still did whatever I could. I think I just wanted to make myself feel a little better.
Wait a minute. Is that why they somewhat nerfed the disguise? Because I remember that sometimes when you're disguised, people like Zarba and Doria can still hit you, even though you are disguised. Because remember, you're supposed to be locked onto first before that happens. I do remember that I was hiding in some other place, and yet they were still able to lock onto me, despite the fact that Frieza himself wasn't locked onto me. He was like 200 meters away.
At this point, even I don't know.
I'll think of something with that move. I don't know just yet, though.
I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern me. And I can't quite pinpoint the source of it.
And the thing is, if that move has iframes or armor frames, there might be a way I might use a move.
Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. It's hard for people to truly understand themselves. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit. The potential motivations could number in the dozens, but the actions they result in are the same.
Item search pairs with exploration enthusiast cooldown time. I can see how. I never used it. Hold on.
Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also use that term to describe my father. It seemed to carry fewer connotations back when he was around.
But I'm going to be right back. I'm going to have this on autoplay. Hopefully he talks a little more rather than just like one sentence, because otherwise it'd be a little weird. But there's something I need to take care of, so hold on.
I've known Al-Haytham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him for nearly as long. Maybe argued is a better word for it. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists. I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea to do so. Perhaps my ideals are flawed, but are there really any perfect things in this world? Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown next to him, he'll most likely stand on the shore and mumble something along the lines of respecting other people's fates. But as you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them. And when I finally run out of stamina, someone will also reach out and bring me back to shore. Someone will help me, right? Yes, I've already been helped like that before.
Okay, I'm back. For a second, when I was doing my thing, I thought that he would talk enough to the point where I'd probably be surrounded by enemies that just come out of nowhere and just kill my characters, and that would have made me mad. But let's see what I missed before I do anything else. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Okay, I missed anything on PlayStation? I mean, I did, but it's not relevant. Recently, I discovered a fighting game named Kensei, Sacred Fist. This character select theme I heard in a while. Okay.
But you've helped me plenty already. If you didn't reach out to me, I would probably be passed out on the tavern table right now instead of talking with Badawi.
Yes, that is true.
Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern. I can feel inspiration already welling up inside of me. Maybe this will be just the opportunity I needed to create a whole new style. All right, let's head to Aru Village.
Okay. Let me hear this theme real quick. Hold on. Okay, so I was listening to it. I got about 50 seconds in. It reminds me of something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Though it's nothing negative. I'm telling you right now, it's nothing negative. I'm saying that it does remind me of something.
Now that we're here, it's my partner's time to shine. Marak!
Oh, what's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart, but it's super useful and can help me with a variety of tasks. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done, I'll get to work on a few designs.
Traveler?
Ah, you know each other?
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar. I have heard of you before. My name is Sataria, and I'm currently the person in charge of promoting educational assistance programs here in the desert.
The game also has the Steven Seagal look-alike as well. I'm sure it's for you drunk first off. Okay, for one, I thought Dan was the only Steven Seagal-looking person I've ever seen in a fighting game. And two, that theme kind of reminded me of something like a... I don't want to say Steven Seagal style, but it reminded me of something like someone said in the comment section. They said it sounded it sounded luxurious. That's what kind of reminded. I'm just surprised the video didn't get as much views. Like, it's been here for 14 years and only had like 5.6K. I feel like a game like that, even though I haven't really seen any gameplay, I'm sure it deserves more recognition than it has right now.
Educational assistance programs.
But yeah, for a female user drinking fist
with the
style,
local conditions here.
because that's the first one. Are there any other ones? Because I don't remember a lot of female characters using the drunken fist style.
I can't say I'm too familiar just yet, but if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert.
I probably more
We've
into that
settled
game.
on the general design direction, but we are trying to finalize some details based on the conditions around the intended location.
A library? Do you intend to open it to the public for free?
That's right. I want to make sure the children will have books to read.
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children will be thrilled. Right now, we don't have access to many paper books or a quiet place to read. Truth be told, this very thing has been keeping me up at night.
Let me get straight to my questions then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? Besides the usual noise of village pedestrians, are there any other sources of noise in the village? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also, where are the spots around the village that have been most affected by wind and erosion?
Okay, let's see here. This is one of the more obscure fighting games. Can't think of any besides the one I mentioned earlier, which is Hong Yuli. Okay. Because I've already seen characters drunk or using drunken fist in fighting games. Well, I remember that the person from Street Fighter 6 kind of used one. I remember the guy from, what was his name? Who's that drunken fighter from King of Fighters games? Like them early ones who annoy me to death. Some old man. There's also Brad Wong. There's also Lei Wulong, Boraicho, and some other person. Oh yeah, the other person. I think it was like Chun. I know it's not with a C. It was a virtual fighter. It's like every other fighter from. It's like a lot of fighting guys have to have at least one drunken master type person. Yeah, Chin, him. That dude that annoyed me.
All right, that should be everything.
The game was only released on the PlayStation 1. Got a US release. You can play this game on PS2 and 3. Okay.
Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot and stuffy. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have two plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different ambiance from the world outside. Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. The whole thing should take around half a year to complete. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan. The inspiration just came to me naturally. All I did was put thoughts to paper.
Let's see here. You was one of the characters I plan on putting on my King of Fighters 96 team, alongside Terry and Mature, assuming I do a playthrough on that game. Okay.
I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, I probably wouldn't
Because
have landed on
I've
this
already
new
done
style so
playthroughs
quickly.
on those games. The only way I would actually go back to that is to really frustrate myself by playing on harder difficulties, just to see how that would go. Because I know King of Fighters is pretty relentless no matter what difficulty you put it on. So I would actually want to see how bad it can actually get. I've already done the same thing with Street Fighter 6, when I jumped from I think it was normal AI difficulty to level 8 difficulty. I've done the same thing in Fatal Fury games as well, though I'm better at those than I am King of Fighters.
According to the traditions of my profession, I should probably name this style after you. Let's call it the Traveler style. In the meantime, let's look forward to the day when this building is completed and can finally open its doors.
Okay, that one was a bit faster. Actually, that was a lot faster than I thought it would be. But that's 2 out of 5 endings. Just 1,000 more. More of this. Alright. What's next I gotta do? Okay. So I have to make a different choice around here. You said it translated well in the Anime 2D filter. Yeah, that one is like it translates well, but if you do too much, but if you add too much value, like 100%, like anything probably above 50%, the picture itself would be completely different. I remember that they did the same thing with one of Moth's pictures as well, when it took a pose, and it just I don't know, it got the clothes and the head right, but like the pose itself was completely different from what the original one was. But yeah, AI, you use 5 by yeah, like 0 all the way to I think 25% are probably the best values for stuff like that. 50% is pretty good too. 100% changes it completely. Although it is nice to see stuff like that. I've also been using the tune filter. That's where you saw that Pixar looking Vegeta picture, which I still find funny. I've also used it for other ones as well. Right now with other stuff, hold on. What's that one called? Hold on. Free. Yeah, I've been using some of the Story Girl ones as well, like that filter. I don't know, like it makes it look more like I guess I don't know, angelic, like astral or something. I wouldn't know what to call it.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing? So you saw... Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass.
I know you're already keeping that guy...
But yeah, it's like, listen, Meitu is good too, but I feel like for a pose like that, it would probably mess it up.
Another glass, please.
Like again, that's not me downplaying because I still use Meitu. It's just AI may be using more since I'm able to freely choose what filters I want and pretty much increase or decrease its value to come up with different pictures. And also with Meitu, I'm actually able to change the hold on.
Here's your drink,
boss.
The meaning of anyway.
What do you think?
Okay, now that he can stop talking. What I was going to say was that you can also change the like yeah, like the scaling of the picture. Whether you want it 4:3 or 9:16. That's what I mean to say. I used a pretty sailor. Yeah, okay, I understand why, because that one reminds me of Sailor Moon.
Yes, art shouldn't be self-indulgent entertainment saved for the elite. Let's say that I built a house for someone. If they don't like how it looks, then no matter how brilliant it may appear to me, they won't be happy with it. The problem is that it can be very difficult to get validated by others. I could compromise my personal standards to accommodate my clients, but often that just means creating a final product that I would struggle to look at. Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? It's probably not a good idea to just drink until I pass out here. Huh? Where did that come from? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know some bits and pieces of my past. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. You could say my interest in architecture just naturally grew with time.
No, actually, listen to Kaveh about him, his mother drawing. Funny enough, that's one of the few things that actually got me into drawing as a kid. It was Marvel Comics and actually my mom drawing stuff and everything. It was simple stuff though, but I've always liked her drawings. It's only truly appropriate because she has connections to Ribrianne and like the Love Crew pretty much, and she loves anime. And yeah, I understand that.
Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something as trivial as that. I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house to me. At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences, so my life and career could go a little more smoothly. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items. So I just packed anything with memories away in a box and haven't reopened it since. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind. Yeah, I should dig it out and take a look. Sorry, I've had too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. You're right. I should do these kinds of things with the support of a friend.
You also said that she needs to stay in shape to fight crime and stuff and protect people. Yeah, and yeah, because if you're out of shape, there's gonna be a lot of, I don't know, like yeah, it would probably I mean, obviously it's not gonna end well if you're not in shape, stuff like that.
Speaking of that, I can call you a friend now, right? Either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep things from you. Ugh, thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now, and spend some time trying to rekindle the passion for my craft.
Well, so that's actually, I think, from what that is, the exact opposite of what Bruce Lee did to come up with his Jeet Kune Do style. As I've already said before on some other streams and stuff, I've never said that he would take the best aspects of some martial arts and drop the ones he didn't find. I don't want to say suitable, but he just dropped whatever was unnecessary and kept the best stuff from each style that he learned and incorporated it into his own.
If you want to stick around and see how this
As for her, you said kind of just learn the stuff on the fly.
Of my past. Do you think you'd find that too boring?
Like, and would kind of make up her own style, which sometimes you gotta do that.
All right, then let's head back together. I mean, you already know where I live. Who knew that the day would come when I too would have some friends over? Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. Hatham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of the day. Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the bill.
Yeah, you say that now until you go back to your house and you see I'll hate them in there. Yeah, you say she also added some wrestling holds and maneuvers and moves and everything to give more the factor. But yeah, I understand that my characters, again, I don't really make a lot of characters that are legitimate, like, pro wrestlers. I've only made a few. But this is throughout the entirety of me creating characters for years and years. Everybody had to fight differently. So I would only be able to count on a single hand how many wrestlers I really made. A lot of other people I made were martial artists. And not exactly like wrestlers, like Olympic wrestling and all that type of stuff. Because again, a lot of the games I play, like so a lot of because a lot of the inspiration I took from fighting styles was pretty much like main focuses of games, like fighting games really. You know, like Jin, Ryu. Who else was there? Like people like Kyo, King of Fighters, and stuff like that. And I didn't really pay too much attention to wrestling. Now I actually did like wrestling, and I actually was a fan of it, but I just didn't take a lot of moves from that. Because again, there's so many different martial arts out there. That's why I wanted everybody to have like their own.
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box. Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine.
Which 2 versions from now will be in this game. If not 1 version, actually, I'm not sure. Hold on. I'm just waiting on it, so I'm pretty sure it's 2 versions from now. See here, also that one. See here, unless on your account, you Saku, Dark Reaper, Sophia, Black Mole, only wrestler type characters. Also, the one wrestler, World Black Master, does the spiritual finisher, which is what that means. Is one of her rivals in wrestling. Okay.
I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age. Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right? Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time.
Well, that's true. Which is also exactly why I liked it of YouTube kept a dislike button. Yeah, I feel like I probably bring that up when it comes to criticism. It isn't even so much as affect the video. I mean, sometimes it gives you a warning whether or not the video is like a troll video or not. I would have liked that rather than trying to download an extension.
I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around. But as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases.
See here, I say unless it counts because she has a wrestling career, she's always been a martial artist. So she kind of like tried a different style to try to keep up with some of the other people.
Let's see what else we have in the box. Ah, my building blocks. It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over.
Why does it even happen? It's like somebody's making a party every 30 minutes.
Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch, and the aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work.
Sort of. Pro wrestling has always been her favorite sport next to gymnastics. I don't think she ever considered competing in an Olympic level, has she? Because I remember that, I remember someone, I think it was like Kurt Angle. I believe he, won his gold medal in the Olympics, even though he like broke his neck during it. And I think he then transitioned over to the WWF, I believe.
Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake.
Okay.
The client
So
was
it's just like
completely
doing, I guess,
confused
like
by
high
this
school
new
wrestling or something.
blueprint. But apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect. It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?" My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday.
She felt that she would have had too much more freedom. Wait, let's see here. She felt that she would have much more freedom in professional wrestling rather than Greco-Roman wrestling. Okay, so... Okay. Okay.
Let's see. Is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this again?
So she didn't do any wrestling in school or high school or anything, did she? Just kind of did martial arts and then, I guess, learn wrestling afterwards.
Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Huh. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose? If only I could. I never managed to guess the password. Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be? I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like "Love you, Kaveh," "Take care," and "Yours truly." I've tried every cheesy phrase and well-wish in the book, but this lock has refused to budge. I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out. So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? I see what you're saying, but who should we talk to for that? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed when he died. Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Ah, actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadi.
Which I know nothing about, so let me go ahead and look at this comment real quick. She never did any wrestling in school. Only did pro wrestling training on summer breaks after her high school years. If gymnastics counts, then that's really the only sport she really did in middle and high school. Okay.
Huh. You've never really heard of her? She's a famous Kasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadi published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends most of her time around the Bimarstan area. Let's go take a look. We might run into her if we're lucky.
She also trained in jiu-jitsu in case she needed to do any submission. Well, let's see here. She also trained in jiu-jitsu in case she had to do any submission-only matches in pro wrestling. Unless we're doing our high school years. Okay. Because me personally, I don't really think I wrote too many characters' backstories. I have done a select few for the backstories. A lot of people that I've created are probably, I don't know, not that I don't want to bring them back, but they might not have enough time to fit into my actual story. And besides, in a game like Xenoverse, I only have so much people I can create anyway. So, what the?
What am I supposed to do now? Forget it. I'll just head back.
Why is he? Why?
Tighnari, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I'm asking the same thing.
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Cyno's adoptive father.
See here, I'm gonna kind of bug my big backstory. I think the most detailed character of all my characters who had the biggest backstory of everybody was probably Jack. Jack was probably the one who had the most story. And the most time. So that's why I will try to do more with him. As I said before, if I do another story, it'll likely be a prequel. That'll probably bring back my Freezer race Epsilon that I made from Xenoverse 1. Of course, I would either have to remodel Carnage or take him out completely. I don't know though. It's very likely I might just give him a look change. I don't really like to delete him, but technically, Carnage's story isn't. He doesn't really have too much to do right now. Remember, his story isn't over, per se, but right now he's in that kind of like that void where he doesn't have anything to do with the story right now. Like, the evil variant of Ada is the same way, though I really can't call her evil anymore, since, I just call it other Ada now. But even if she has done evil stuff in the past, like, I did want it to be as if she would redeem herself by, even if it was like a little bit, and she's doing her own mission right now. So that's why she isn't in my Xenoverse character list right now. Not right now, because right now I think the level 1 character is Jack, which I will level up to 99 once I get a couple more Xenoverse challenges done. Level 1 wise, anyway.
I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail, but her vocal cords certainly sound loud and healthy as ever.
But yeah, Jack, Lisa, and recently Ada are the characters who I've worked on the most in terms of story. Again, like, I will try to probably put more light onto their stories in the future. I would just need to clear space and do a bunch of other things. Again, we do have more moves to work with in Xenoverse, so I'm able to do a little bit more with that. But I was just hoping there'd be more character slots I can work with. Either that or different looks per slot. It'd make things easier on me.
Granny? Yeah, she's just over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves in a moment.
Dark Reaper is my own version of the
Kaveh,
Undertaker. Huey is a
the
construction
tavern?
worker, and Juno is an expert scientist.
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter beast like some mindless fungus, huh? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him?
He just, he walked out there, he was stressed or whatever. I'm not just gonna run super speed and tell him not to go into the tavern after being in a bad mood. It's not exactly a long story, but...
You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? Are you feeling down again?
Although, speaking of the Undertaker, from what I do know, he is the most respected wrestler in WWE. And has also given a lot of his life to that career. He gave at least he gave like 30 years to wrestling, and I respect him a lot as well.
You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening. Do you want to come?
Huh? Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment. I'll come if I can find some time.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best if we don't get involved.
Also, unrelated to that, the reason why I'm doing this hangout event today is because I don't want to do it later, because there is still Spiral Abyss that's going to have to be done within about 3-4 days from now. It's going to be the event that I want to get all done in one stream. On top of that, there's the other 2 wishes I got to do and everything, so that's why I'm doing a hangout event today. And also because I feel like after tomorrow, a lot of my focus is going to be on Dragon Ball due to the event and all of the answers coming in once the Breakers trailer comes out.
A granny who lives nearby. Let's go take a look.
When it comes to the villains, it's mostly the leaders that will get the most fleshed out backstories. Yeah, like for me, yeah, I did want to give Carnage and Shadow backstories. Carnage I wanted to leave more so a mystery since his voice and his face are still a mystery to everybody. While as Shadow, I wanted to make him like a evil Namekian similar to that like Lord Slug. So I tried to incorporate a little bit of his story into the story whereas Lord Slug was banished. As for Ada here, she had 2 different ways of becoming evil. The one that happened is one that was different from what I originally wrote. Because as I said before, the one I originally wrote that I lost a paper, that I lost paper for was actually supposed to involve Demigra. Now I can still sort of use that for a different story, like a what if story. Since even the other Evil Ada is still a what if character.
There, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so well. It had all the potential to become the best tomato this year. And you cut it straight from the vine.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here can refer to both the color of the tomato and
Look,
the
man,
fact
I
that your
get it.
skills could use some.
Enough nonsense. Just come out and face me, you coward.
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here. How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let the professor take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Professor, what's going on here?
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. My story, Ace is still the one that defeats Demigra. Second future warrior defeats Mira. From her dog, but yeah, me, I wanted to be Ada, but I also wanted to be, I think, other people helping her as well. I didn't want her to take all the credit. Though I can only do so much manipulation through pictures and other stuff.
Got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook. For now. Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere. He doesn't need to be a part of it.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Jacob was supposed to be the main enemy of
Farnak
Alina and
still
Alex.
doing well?
Yeah, again, like for me, I think it was Upsilon. Yeah, Upsilon I think was supposed to be the main villain for Jack and Lisa, at least for the Xenoverse story. For Ada, I wanted to be the evil variant of her after I created a what if story. For Lauren, I wanted her to find an obstacle big enough to validate herself as an actual hero. So when I thought about it, I gave her a margin to fight at the end. Even though later I wanted her to do something else as well, but I'll still try to do more stuff with her. But funny enough, I want to say a what if, but another concept I had was that Shadow by Namekian was actually supposed to be the main villain for Ada, and not the evil variant of her. And the reason why I said it is because when I made Shadow, the person I had in mind was a costume I gave for Algol in Soul Calibur 5. It was like this dark outfit, and they gave him like a mask, and he had like some white eyes glowing and stuff. And Algol has one of the better styles in Soul Calibur 5. You just can't pick him. Why I mean pick him is that you can't create a character out of him unless you're using mods.
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that. Did that upset you at all?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were always drawn to her beauty first, only to realize she had a sensitive and vulnerable heart underneath. She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the outside world for the first time.
Some costumes weren't even accessible without mods in Calibur 5. Yeah. I remember Siegfried's outfit in Soul Calibur 5. Actually, Siegfried's outfit from Soul Calibur 4 was in 5. You fought legendary souls. Same thing with Cervantes and Nightmare. Killick had the Kaliuga and fought with that throughout. There was something else that was mod-related. I remember some people fought with like Ezio style. And the thing is, when I made Sakura, when she fought, she was actually supposed to have, I think, like an Ezio-like style. But because it wasn't accessible, I had her as Mitsurugi. It wasn't until later where I think I made her like a claymore, like a bigger sword-like user. So I gave her the style of Siegfried. And plus, at least in my opinion, Siegfried isn't as cheap as Mitsurugi in Soul Calibur 5, since he can literally beat you in, I don't know, like a skilled Mitsurugi would beat you in like 5 hits.
She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist.
Yeah, Soul Calibur 4, Siegfried, Nightmare,
If she
Cervantes.
was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it.
Now again, that's one of the only games where when I saw a mod, I wasn't mad at because I liked how characters looked. I actually like seeing mods in that game more than I like seeing just random characters or something like that. Unless, of course, somebody was creating a character from a different game. Like, say, I'll say somebody random. Like, let's say Leon from Resident Evil or something. Like, something like that. I wouldn't have minded it. But mods were more interesting to me in that game than any other game that I played. Because every other game that I've fought a mod in is always stat-based. The only mod, I think, in Soul Calibur 5 that somewhat annoyed me was when somebody created a character. It was now it was from a friend though. I still know her name and everything, but um again, I'm not gonna point fingers. That's why I didn't say the name, but though I do know the person. The person would have algo style, but it was on Leisha. She was into Chinese-based culture and a bunch of other stuff, but it's like because of her size, of her being a little bit smaller, she was able to do combo loops that the original algo couldn't do. Kind of like if we're putting it into 8-way run terms, it would be 3B to ABK. What I remember that is that A is horizontal, B is vertical, K is kick. At least in the game standards, and then G is guard. And then 8-way run, as you already know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like 5 would be the middle, so that would be neutral. Like 6 would be forward, 2 would be down. So 3 would be as if you're doing like down and forward at the same time. That's why I said that. It was like that, and it was like an enhanced version of the move. You can loop that 4 times and do like over like half your health.
She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row.
The unlevel Savannah test class was nice when took on the front of boss Soulblade. It was. And he was cheap because all he did was just spin the entire time he fought you. It was that just frame version too. Yeah, he was looping like 4 times.
But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutching her pencil. Her eyebrows would be knitted in a frown as she concentrated on the blueprint in front of her.
A lot of people, when they played that game, because she was so overpowered, people would pick Viola as the go-to for Legendary Souls. They would also use her PvP, and I'm pretty sure she was banned from tournaments and something like that. How annoying she actually was. There's like a fighting game character every single time that's banned from tournaments, which makes me beg the question, if Street Fighter 6 ever holds a tournament, who'd be banned from that?
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure.
Either we take a Just Frames,
she
take a
never
Tekken
talked
4.
about such things with me.
Me,
she
I
rarely
think
opened up to other people, you know.
With Just Friends, I think of I think probably Virtua Fighter and Soul Calibur 5. The reason why I think of Just Friends is because Alpha Patroclus, oh my god, I don't know where to begin with him. Every move he had, you had to time perfectly to do everything with him. Which means, if you picked him, you had to hope that your opponent online had good connection. Because if you didn't, you couldn't do a thing. You could only resort to like a couple of moves. You couldn't do too much because a lot of his inputs are pretty advanced.
I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning and value."
See here, Jin in that game, for example, with his laser scraper, with that one variation where the last hit was unblockable.
If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses
I would have to look at it again.
Craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone
because I have to remember what laser scraper is.
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be... I tried both just now. Seems those aren't it either.
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. It's almost as if she's standing right in front of me again. Your personalities are quite alike, too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But So long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work.
All right. Now don't drink. Let me try this link out. Hopefully there's a. Okay. Yeah, lasers. Okay, so I just. Let me see this. Okay.
I've taught a lot of students over my career,
fortunately he left time markers in the description, so I was able to skip 4.5 minutes of talking to the move itself.
They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones.
It takes a while for him to do the Just for Laser Annihilated because again, it's just a frame.
Graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day.
Yeah.
I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But could he understand the designs my mother made?
Oh, that was the other game. I think it reminded me for games that had just frames where you do stuff. Yeah, Mortal Kombat vs. DC. A lot of people had combos where you had to time everything perfectly in order to get stuff off. When I was doing those combo tutorials or those combo challenges, those were annoying because I had to time everything perfectly. I think one of the characters I did first was a Sub-Zero or it was a Batman. I forget who.
No, I think they were probably beyond him too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows.
Real quick.
Farnek had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship. Huh. It worked.
Oh. Was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. Find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you.
That reminds me of Jesus talking about how it was. Yeah.
Being the awkward person
that she
is,
that game. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I suppose there were many things that Farnek could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take another stroll around the vegetable garden.
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel dream. But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother. This blonde man was probably my father, but who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar? From the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet. Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh, there are a few lines written in the diary about this as well.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people. Especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seems she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharwar.
I see one more party invite this day. I told you it's like every 30 minutes.
You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter.
And the only thing keeping me from taking out the notifications for parties is in case somebody wants to try to make a party that actually has to do with me, or actually is relevant to this thing. Because the other parties have like a lot of people in them. That's why I don't join them. Because usually when I do stuff like this, when I'm playing a game like Xenoverse or something, I don't like too many people in the party because, you know, then you can't think straight. But it becomes annoying to me. Especially for people who play loud music and have their stuff shared and people undergo copyright issues and stuff. It's happened to people before.
No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to alleviate your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future.
Still recall a trustworthy parent for making a mockery of it. You know, when I saw that, I didn't know what to think of it at first. It's like, but there were more negatives than positives, I assure you. Because never do I want to see my character wear something like that. That's the equivalent of if I were to troll someone like you by making someone like May wear Oolong's outfit, or making Alena from Xenoverse wear oolong stuff or like sell Max's stuff or anything trollish like that Hercule wig or something. Yeah, Hercule wig too. Not even one.
Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di? The thought definitely crossed my mind. Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring down other people's moods because I'm sad.
Yeah, but that picture, when I look at it now, there was somebody with long ears and everything. They might recreate that.
Besides,
when it goes.
don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their
But
friends
yeah.
troubled and being unable to help?
Too many
And
people
what's
that
worse,
stream, well, this
nearly
was like
all
2
of
or
my
3 people, I
problems
guess,
can be
which is
easily
more than
resolved
enough.
with some
We're trying to troll me by
encouraging
making
words or
stuff like
gesture.
that. And the thing is, if they had actually focused on taking down the Raider as much as they were trying to troll me, we would have won those matches.
And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible. You're not wrong, but I keep feeling like I haven't really helped them much in return. Wait, do you mean it? You're not making fun of me, are you? I've gotten so used to sarcasm that I can't tell what's genuinely a compliment anymore. Wait, by fun, did you mean... You know what, I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow at Pardis Di.
Yeah, I said, like, you've been hanging around, I hate them too much, buddy. I didn't want to go too far when it came to each other. Yeah, like, yeah, but then they were taking I don't know, it got kind of annoying for some people, but there was that, and there was one other thing they did. Yeah, now he's running around with a person named Pervy, and I don't know when, but I'm very sure he will get the notice from somebody that Pervy means something different than what he actually thinks it means. I'll let him figure it out on his own. I'm not just gonna up and tell him, because otherwise he's probably gonna make one of my other characters, and I don't know. It's gonna be a whole thing. He already dressed up as a male variant of my character, so. Thanks. How much it does? And what's up, Kara?
Oh, Hatham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Yeah. When you're talking about MV's kickers from those guys with Bardock fire truck. Yeah. That I don't know who thought of loading screen, but it's a thing. That's all I'm gonna say.
Are you sure? Alright then. I guess we won't wait for him.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time.
He does not wear such I hate them.
For a while longer.
Oh, sure.
We going to ball.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardis Di?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kaveh's studies. I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Then where's Kaveh?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started.
I'm hoping the guy doesn't say any jokes in Kaveh's hangout event.
I'm actually not so
but yeah, the only thing you missed, what I was saying earlier was that at the event I do get this done and have enough time. The game I might go to afterwards will likely be Xenoverse. The last time I streamed that game was the last time I did that event, and it's been a while. So I do look forward to getting more points and helping contribute to getting that. I wonder how many more points everybody else has gotten. I haven't really checked, but I will check when I get there. As for breakers, we've been talking about that for a little bit as well, talking about if the Ginyu Force was the raider, who they would add or what they would add. We didn't really go too much on Goku Black because, well, for him it's easier to guess. For Ginyu, for the Ginyu Force, that one's a bit harder to really put your finger on.
The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm about it together before she gets here.
Oh, still doing the story about trap cards. Okay. Also, yeah, I haven't done the event yet. As I said to you on Discord, I am waiting until everything drops before I do that. This will also give me the chance to do the 10 pulls as well, and Spiral Abyss, since all that will be there by that time.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited Al-Haytham?
Yes, I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together about this. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't going to finish on time?
Never happened to me.
Of course it didn't, Sino. You're a perfectionist.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Al-Haytham for his opinion, but...
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
Oh, here we go.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
It's crazy.
As long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? Are you looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
That's your purpose for being here, not mine. Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainari with his brainstorming?
Precisely. Kaveh will have a long road in front of her.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kaveh manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in her avatat. Kshahrewar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
What are you saying? Spawn Tamad is the better choice. It's where I graduated from, after all.
Then what about Amorta? That's the Darshan her master actually graduated from.
There are only 2 other Darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans. In your opinion, which Darshan would be the best choice for Kaveh?
Okay, let me read what I missed. He just came in there on negative energy. You still got like 40, 45. I don't even know how much I have. Though I do want to check. I do want to try to make my goal either 100 or 1000 by the time this is all over, since I technically would have had enough time to do that, which I should have. I still want to do that team battle with 5 CACs. I want to fight randoms. No, you don't want to fight randoms. You don't. Everybody got the same super souls. Everybody fights the same. Everybody acts the same. They all the characters look the same too. I want to do the 3 Esper mission runs, as well as the 3 Bellator missions, and Pello Custom 27. Xbox and randoms are okay. Yeah, I mean, like, Xbox is okay, I guess, in terms of random, but PlayStation, I don't know where to begin with them. I still cheese against randoms because I don't know how they're going to play. Look, me, it's like, it takes me, but I think 20 seconds to know how that person's going to fight. If it's Broly, then it takes me about 5 seconds. If they go for like if they go for a girl within the first 5 seconds, I know how they're gonna fight.
Well said.
Agreed.
Exactly.
And my goal in inviting you here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second phase.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kaveh has prepared herself for what is coming.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect," on the front page of that. You're right. I can't deny that.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did, he had something bad to say about it.
Oh yeah, he can't hold his drinks well.
Have you considered finding another client?
Ah, they're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some mora?
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain.
Don't worry, I find joy in the pain when I play Xenoverse all the time.
Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
No. That's not true.
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
I'm sure you will. Go ahead, let me go and hear it. It ain't going nowhere.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Whatever. I'm not going to use my brain anymore. Let's drink tonight to our heart's content.
Ooh, okay, I don't have to hear a joke. Okay. But yeah, Kaveh got drunk. Wait a minute. Wasn't that one of the endings I said was going to happen when I first started this thing? God dang it. I was saying he better get drunk in one of these endings. He did. At any rate, I got his basically I got his food. And I just won 20 Primo Gems. Okay. Okay, so I have to choose a different route right here. This is during this conversation now, so how to do that? Alright. But yeah, like as soon as I saw Alhaitham show up in this thing, I knew he was gonna roast Kaveh. I knew he would. Like those two argue like a couple anyhow. I already knew it was coming. The ball in me. But you know what? I really thought I was gonna hear Sino's joke. I really thought I was, and it's like I thought to myself I wouldn't be able to escape his jokes even in Kaveh's Hangout event, but we managed to.
Alhaitham isn't it.
All right, so now I have to make a different choice around here.
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. I'm happy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, obviously I wouldn't... Now that I've said criticism and self... I admit that I... my... Oh, I was super... Unfortunate. It was only a few days later. My mother took me... She didn't scold... Let's see. Is there anything else left in this box? Huh. This is when I was a child. Huh. Wonder... If only I... Hey, it's not... Who knows? Maybe this time. I could tell what you were thinking. I've tried my name. I've even tried... I wouldn't try that route. Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand. Ah, I just got an idea though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life? What do you think? I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
Right there. There's nothing in here, is there? Again, I just have to be 100% sure. Okay, seeing as how there was a duplicated comment, there's a new comment on my phone, so give me a second. Okay. Oh, okay, so there was 2 comments. One involving Envy, one involving Sunku. Or Sunku. However you pronounce it. What the... Stop. There we go. I should probably use an alternate sprint character. I mean, if the game's saying to go this way, then I'll go this way. Even though it's probably not the best way. That could be to anybody that would look really weird or whatever, I guess. Oh, so basically I teleported to the wrong waypoint. That's what was wrong. Okay, so I know where I messed up then. So all I do is teleport to a different waypoint and then walk in it and then run in a straight line. Okay.
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints. Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality. If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The Academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations. Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhaitham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhaitham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Alhaitham? Why are you here?
Hey, there's like a library of this sort? Yellow.
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years. I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now. Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the Academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the Academia's architecture?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends. Oh, and Kaveh. A lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elder's work.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, we'll wait. Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down? Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself? He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Kshahrewar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles. Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me. See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Me? Happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they belong.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Kshahrewar? Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here.
I swear, I said this before, they had like a married couple, I swear.
Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something? Huh? Don't tell me even you don't get it.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
You? In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzaray.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth, everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler. I'll take you to Port Ormos.
Yeah, that kind of saw coming. Because I already been through here and read every book in here to get that achievement, so for 3 new ones to show up, I knew there's another one. I'm not gonna sit through 2 loading screens for that. Alright, let me read this other thing. The whole female hitting... Wait. Female hitting perverted male... Oh, that thing, yeah. Yeah, it is a thing that has been overdone. I try not to do that. Although it can be entertaining sometimes, I don't want to use stuff like that as well.
Port Ormos.
And I'm gonna wait until these textures load. Okay, good.
No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project. The arch bridge over there, for example. That was one of my designs. When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. The true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives. You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazarzaray was not perfect. Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities, and believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert? Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert, partially because there's a special place there that I often visit. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
Yeah, let's see what you're talking about. Oh, it's a good thing I unlocked this waypoint.
Who would have thought that so many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone? We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Clear the area? Wait, what? We're fighting? I guess we are.
Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. I condemn you.
I would have used Kaveh, but I don't think it's prepared for something like that.
Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazarzaray. Although Alhaitham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I've followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish. Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs. Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory.
I didn't have an issue to make the admiring. I'm gonna say it.
With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person. The site here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I've reached the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer. You think so? But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle. I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second, and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
Okay. How many endings is that? We got one more to go. Again, the only reason why it's taking 3 hours instead of like 1.5, 2 hours is because again, I got called for something earlier, and plus I've been doing a lot of talking about the games as well. Okay. Now I gotta make an audit decision right here. I think I know what it is. I think I have to do the I think I have to respawn. I have no idea in order to get this ending. There's rumors of the main event wrestling. Wait, what? Gunther and Cody Rhodes. Already? They're already thinking that? I mean, when I'm thinking of wrestling now, I'm thinking about the bloodline right now. Like Gunther and Cody Rhodes' future and everything, and next WrestleMania. I can think about that probably later. Although those two facing off wouldn't seem like a bad idea. Again, me, I'm optimistic about any match. Well, most matches. There's been a couple matches that have been questionable or one-offs. Like an example would probably be, I think even years ago, I think it was like the Ambrose Asylum or something like that. It was just like a cage match, but it was like weapons kind of just like dangling from the thing. Because that's what all it was. Alright, so now I have to choose the no idea one.
This commission was truly the worst decision. Actually, while we're on that, what are you... Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a glass.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well. That guy, though. Another glass, please.
You've got it.
It really is, but perhaps getting... I would spend a lot... I suppose all of this make...
Here's your drink.
Boss?
The meaning of... Anyway,
What do you think? No worries. It was just an offhand question. It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the question haunts me like a bad dream. I still haven't found a good answer to it. Or maybe there was never a correct answer in the first place.
Was this one?
Sounds great to me. A different career. I see. That's not a bad idea. I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank. It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora. And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in me to go back and talk to him right now. Hold on. I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami. If memory serves me right, he's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty well for himself. Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
Okay, so now I have like that one. And seeing as how it's common duplicated, that means another message has just prepared on the phone. You said that would mean that either the two have to win the Royal Rumble next year? Maybe. I know a lot of people talk about how Roman Reigns and The Rock should face in a non-title match at WrestleMania. I think it's WrestleMania 40 or something like that. Again, it's not a bad idea. I know a lot of people really wanted those two to face off to see who'd be the true head of the table, or like the true tribal chief or whatever. But because the thing is, they wanted someone to beat him prior to WrestleMania. But I guess Roman Reigns needed that 1,000-day like championship streak to pretty much like solidify himself in history books. I'm still disappointed that the Emerson Sullivan was the match type in WWE 2K18. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Thinking of it now. Again, me myself, I didn't really play a lot of the WWE games. My brother played them a lot. There have been times I actually did play with my brother in WWE. It's been a while though. How much time I got to his banner ends? 14 days. So basically 2 weeks time, this banner will end, and then the next one will appear. And the next one is going to be Kazuha and Al-Haytham. As for the 4 stars, I do not know, so do not ask, because I won't be able to give you an answer. The only thing I'll be able to tell you is the weapons, which is the elemental mastery weapon and the crit damage weapon. They're both swords, because those are their respective weapons. That's the only thing I can tell you. Remember, 4-star character wise, I have no clue.
Ah, Kaveh, it's you. It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all kinds of projects.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet you're all set for Mora after a project of that size.
Well, it's hard to make a profit from every project, you know?
Hard to make a profit? You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect who didn't make a profit from a project. Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either. Doesn't Dory have a pretty decent reputation in our local business circles? I don't think she's ever been involved in any kind of big scandal.
Well, about that. I mean, it was complicated.
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel your pain. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. But I'm sure we've faced all the same problems. Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them from micromanaging things they don't know the first thing about. I don't miss it. Thankfully, that's all behind me now. Not exactly. My work is still closely related to architecture. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted graduate the Ksharawar Darshan has seen in decades. But it looks like you still have a lot to learn in terms of making Mora. With that said, us Ksharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about an idea that'll absolve you of all your Mora troubles going forward?
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business secret. Are you sure you can just share something like that with me? Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help you with?
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea is this. I recently opened up a training center with the goal of educating people in architecture design. Compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the Academia, my classes are more condensed and streamlined, and will allow people to quickly get their foot in the door. Unlike the Academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my training center. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Interested in coming over to give a few lectures? Regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private commissions.
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? That does sound like something I'd be able to do. It sounds like a pretty stable job, too. What do you think, Traveler?
Then it's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal. Thank you, Alkami.
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here tomorrow morning. As for the pay, how about we start at 300,000 Mora per lecture?
300,000? Are you serious? How could you offer so much?
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige of having the Light of Ksharawar as one of my instructors. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. The longer you stick with me, the more you'll come to understand your true value in the market. I have to go make some preparations now. See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and friendly? I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 Mora per lecture. Whew. I'm so excited that I'm starting to get nervous. Thanks so much. I think I will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? Some lessons I've learned over the past few years? I should probably save those for later. For my first lecture, I should start by getting them more interested in the field. Alright, let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan. If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
Oh, I didn't expect you two to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here, I've prepared a lesson plan. Do you want to take a look?
I'm gonna be right back in like a minute. I'm gonna get myself a bottle of water real quick. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I took it a little bit longer. Like, don't go why I kind of had like a little bit of a headache, is all. Okay.
Lesson plan. Ah, I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome to work in some of your own content to add some fun and flavor. Sure, be my guest. It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and start the class whenever you're ready.
Huh. So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the stuff I've prepared after all. Anyway, shouldn't be a problem. I'll just go ahead and use your materials. There's something else I want to ask, though. This isn't going to be a large class, is it?
Ah, no need to stress. There are only 20 people in this class. There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades, so I've directed them to you. We'll see how well they take to your lectures.
20 people, huh? Alright, I think I can handle that.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in the classroom when class is in session.
So this is basically the game's way of saying that the traveler can't be in the class. So this is going to make him a little bit more nervous, I guess. What has happened? Let me check notifications. Okay, nothing there.
I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach the class.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
I was planning on playing Xenoverse after this.
Hey there. Can I help you? Oh, well, Kami? You mean that rich guy who's been making quite the name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. Paid a great deal of mora for it, too. I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his footsteps. If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a heartbeat. Architecture really sounds like a lucrative profession.
Did you hear? Alkami recruited Kaveh to be an instructor.
I bet that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself as an architect. If we're just talking about professional skill, no one would pay for a class with him.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only admits those that can pass its entrance exam. So only a few people could hope to study architecture in the halls of the Kashar War. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the mora.
Man, to have that kind of business acumen.
Okay.
Alright, everyone. There's no need to be nervous. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture. Did I scare anybody?
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kaveh. We were just a bit lost and didn't get what you were talking about.
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them a closer look. The more I read, the more upset I became. Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture. In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, he must be able to conceptualize ideas. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here. All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
But Mr. Kaveh, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art. We just want to make some Mora.
You're studying architecture to make Mora?
Yeah. Why else would we be studying here? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
Kaveh's gonna snap.
Huh. In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building the Palace of Alcazarzare. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions, and we can just sit back and wait for Mora to fill up our pockets. It won't be long before I can put these miserable days behind me.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
But Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now. You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plans from the man himself.
What's wrong, Kaveh? You look quite flustered. Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing like the genius scholars you're used to dealing with at the academia. You don't need to strive for perfect understanding. As long as some knowledge has been passed on, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money. But we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground. And the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie to them?
Look, Kaveh, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like I said, you still have a lot to learn about making Mora. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, architecture is a terrible profession. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all kinds of ridiculous ideas onto us.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our stead?
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be. That's right. Making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier. None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as an architect. It's easy for them to fall for my promise. After all, everyone wants to live the dream of being the person who can spend millions without batting an eye. The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real that dream becomes.
It's so full of crap, everything about you is turning brown right now. You're gonna develop my headache into something greater if you keep spouting all this nonsense. Let me read some of the comments that I missed. Okay.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold in the future, you can't say that it's my fault and mine alone. Oh, and also,
Actually, it is
I
your
never
fault.
actually
Okay.
promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. All I did was nudge them towards that belief. I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certifications. Even the Dendro Archon herself couldn't find fault in any part of my business.
Unless she's listening in.
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? Tell me, is your heart carved out of brick and stone? I can't believe that I
Oh,
once
his mood's
saw you
bad
as a
now.
decent human being. I am beyond disappointed in you.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like this, do you just plan on keeping that worthless naivete of yours until the end of time? Only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another business. Being successful at running a business is an art form in itself. I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world.
Well, how do you sleep at night? Heck.
As the light of the Ksharawar, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources to improve the circumstances of your own life. Think it over, Kaveh. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
I'm so mad, I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him. I'll resign from my position as instructor. Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, others will be deceived and suffer because of me. He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia was to find out about it, it's unlikely that they would take any real action against it. The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. Even that would be hard to prove. Oh? Did you notice something else? Yeah, you've got a point. The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes.
Here's the thing, like with Kaveh, like I've always liked his character. I did. I also do want him as a character when I do pull for either weapon or on his banner. It's just like the people go out of their way to just insult him every chance that they get. I mean, without hate to know, it's just again the skin to be funny. That guy that we just came across, he just had no morals whatsoever. His only thing was just making money and having no shame in it.
If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition? Right. We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. They're still daydreaming about making millions. We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alkami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's had the chance to react.
Yeah, he was I think he's in the right for some reason.
Oh, Mr. Kaveh? What are you doing back here?
Class finished a while ago, but you're still here. Why haven't you gone home?
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class. Even though a lot of it went right over my head, I still thought the houses you drew were really pretty.
Of course they were. All the examples I drew were world-famous landmarks. Each one was the magnum opus of a celebrated architect. It It's a good thing that you could recognize them for their beauty. The accumulation of knowledge is the first step to artistic expression. Instead of rote memorization, you should try to relate and to understand. And after that, try to resonate with the work.
Resonate?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, there were many things about it that I couldn't understand at all. I would find a building to be beautiful, but have no idea what made it so good. And for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become a good architect, however, you must also learn to assess and appraise. Going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge, and I'm afraid that some superficial speed training won't be enough to take you there.
Just as I thought. Becoming an architect won't be as easy as Mr. Alkami made it out to be, right?
Well, if it was that easy, everybody would be an architect.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an architect's life is not as carefree and easy as others may make it out to be.
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kaveh. I think I'll still stay here for the time being, though, since my family still hasn't paid everything off.
Paid off what?
Sorry, I can't say anything more. Mr. Alkami made it very clear that anyone who talks about it will be kicked out of the class.
This guy has no... Okay.
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead.
Really?
Why would I pull your leg? I can see you have some talent. So as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be able to pass the entrance exam and continue your studies at the academia.
Then please keep this a secret for me, Mr. Kaveh. Truth be told, my family is not very well off, so we couldn't really afford the tuition for this class. Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he knew a merchant by the name of Bahar and that we could get a loan from him. He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything in just a few years, and all the more we make after that would be ours.
How much did your family borrow from this merchant?
I think it was several million mora.
Okay.
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract. All I know is that the stack of papers was as thick as a slab of rock.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling too. Something about the whole thing feels dastardly familiar. We need to find that merchant to confirm. But if we were to confront him right now, there's no way he'd admit to anything. Good idea. Hey, tell me, do you know where we'd be able to find this merchant?
We last saw him on the north shore of Port Ormos. Who knows if he's still in that area, though.
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. The arts shouldn't be used as bait for a scam. We need to do something before the students' lives are ruined even further.
This is probably, I think, if I had to really think, this is probably the biggest scumbag of any Hangout event. And this is going past Barbara's Hangout event with Albert and him, because he wasn't necessarily even a scumbag, he was just weird. This guy, on the other hand, has absolutely zero morals and is willing to scam kids. He really is, yeah, he is. Yeah, that name was definitely perfect for him. But yeah, talking about the mechanism part of the game, they probably would be. Because I do remember that Frieza was the only person who has Namekians for Dragon Ball wishes. I thought other people would be like that too. Like where they have different civilians or stuff you could break to find them. Rather than finding them on crates.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you guys before. Here for business.
You said probably yard rats. Time will tell if he's the raider. Remember, there's no telling who's the raider yet. We still gotta wait until the game plan stuff drops, which is actually not too far from now. At least for me, it's like damn, it's like what 6-7 hours, I think.
You're Fahar, right?
Yes. May I ask who introduced you?
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class, but they're a bit short on money. Alkami told us you're the man to go to in this kind of situation.
Oh, sounds like his business is booming. How much do you need?
Let me see. I'd say around 3 million mora.
Here, this is where hold on. This, they were assigned to go to yours for one name. Okay.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're here because of Alkami, I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract, though. Lots of people are borrowing money from me nowadays. Ah, here you go. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly unusual about it. All you need to do is pay back the loan in full within 3 years.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean, won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate from Alkami's place, you'll be making millions of mora a year. Easy! At that point, paying this off will be a piece of cake. And even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to delay the installments, it's no big deal. We're all reasonable people here. If you can't pay quickly, you can just pay it back over a longer period. All that would change is your interest rates would get a little higher. It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks to supply you with mora, it's only fair that you take on a bit of the financial risk as well. Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line, it's like you're worried you're about to get scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie to you? Tons of students at Alkami's place have signed the contract. Aren't they all doing pretty well for themselves?
Well, no, but okay.
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher,
yeah, that's
do you
what
mean it'll get higher than 30%? Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of mora per year. Most people can't even make that much mora in a year. Your greed really knows no bounds. Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family's signed on to a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
What are you trying to say, huh? I figured something was off when two well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot. Hey, come out and teach these guys a lesson!
What are you doing? I have you on my team.
I've already fought off more than my fair share of them when I was working in the desert. There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a threat. Marak, you're up!
You know what, let's go ahead and give Kaveh a little bit more of a spin. You know, last time I picked you and everybody else more.
Just following orders.
A mystic retreat!
Come on!
Our bond is strong!
Sight clear!
There's a shooting star person over down there.
Come at me! Ha! Scanning.
Again, I could have picked Yomi Hood and just pressed R2 and dealt with them in seconds, but since I don't have them right now, so I figured I'd try them out a little longer.
Who are you and what do you want? I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you. So why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
Why go so far to destroy theirs? What are you talking about?
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how miserable living in debt can be. But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still somewhat reasonable. As long as I continue to work with my situation in mind, my debts will eventually be paid off. But these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources to pay back a debt like this. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait, urging them to take on insurmountable amounts of debt to satisfy your greed.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's their own fault for falling into the trap.
What?
And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it? They completely ignore the risk that's right there in front of them.
Ha! And here comes the silver tongue. Surely you use that to reel in the students as well. Even now, many of them are still hopelessly dreaming of striking gold after they graduate. People grow by learning from their mistakes. I hope this will be a valuable lesson to them. Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to the Matra. They should be able to link him with Alkami's business.
Yeah, I was like, thank you. Like, no kid was worried about that. Oh, yeah, signing contracts that put their family in debt for years. The scumbag. He's all over through the ugly relationship. I don't know, but this Hangout event should be wrapping up. But yeah, that guy there, I don't know.
Didn't think I would run into you here.
My vacation just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases at the academia. Who's this? I see. Charging an interest rate over 30% indeed constitutes a crime, as it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme. The Matra will open an investigation on him as well. The training center will be closed until further notice. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however, given their extravagant spending.
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their ways, they won't fall so easily for such traps in the future. Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't be too much trouble for you.
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway? Did you accept any mora from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first session. I didn't take a single coin.
Ah, that's good.
Hmm? What do you mean, that's good? Would you have taken me into custody as well if I had actually accepted any mora?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But, had he insisted that you were also an active participant in his schemes, under our rules, we would have been required to open an investigation on you as well. Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means, your life wouldn't be the mess it currently is.
Hey, what was that? What do you mean my life is a mess?
Never mind. Your life is fine.
You're just messing with me now, aren't you?
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the academia. Don't forget to pick it up after the fact.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't report Alkami because we thought we could make some more off of it.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to the Matra.
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time and talk to some of the kids.
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today and summon the students to gather information on the total amount of mora they've lost in the scam.
All right, then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk to the kids tomorrow.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again. Or ask one of the Matra.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some mora. To think Alkami would sink this low. It still makes me really upset. Still, I think I feel a little better now than when you found me back at the tavern. It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that I've seen such things firsthand, I suppose I've earned a new sense of appreciation for my life. How should I put it? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my profession, so I often argue with my clients. The arguments are usually extremely frustrating, and every once in a while I'd wonder if I only became an architect because fate wanted me to pay for some sins I'd committed in a previous life. Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money solely from my reputation. But now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again. Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will surrender these things to seek a more comfortable life. I can understand that. Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating one thing. The moment I turn away from my dreams would be the moment my career ends. If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life, but at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade. At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning. I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without compromising my pride. It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. Want to come with me? All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. Get some good rest.
Right, alright, so why is this happening? Wait, first let me read this stuff. Okay. Well, I haven't started on the MV Trainer drawing, in case you're wondering. So, remember, I just got that thing today, and I still have to also finish a picture of my own characters as well, because I'm still planning on at least either later on today or sometime tomorrow, put in the well, I'll call it like my custom raider for Evil Ada. Oh. Alright. After doing all this, I should have enough time to fight a boss afterwards. Because the boss I'm gonna fight is gonna be the what's that thing called? That little that more like J construct, whatever it is. I don't know, but like that that boss for Farazan. Because I had to fight that thing a maximum of 5 times. A minimum of I think 4 times. And if I do it 4 times before I do the stream or whatever, then I should be set on getting the 10 summons on both the weapon banner and the standard banner. Now here's the thing, when I do wish for these, no, I'm not expecting these 2 to go gold. I'm not. I'm expecting them to go purple, but I'm expecting something good to come out of it. I hope. There have been too many times I've tried to like pull for something and something bad happened, like getting a duplicate or something, like a weapon or something.
I never would have guessed Mr. Alkami was a scammer.
The training center has been shut down, and the Madra have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much time on this class. What should we do next?
Mr. Kaveh said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia. Easier said than done. If it was easier to get into the academia, none of us would have signed up for the class in the first place. Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their own. Mr. Kaveh might be willing to teach us.
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
Because he's actually passionate about this sort of thing. It isn't some scammer like the other guy.
So, you're the only ones that showed up today, huh?
Huh? Kaveh's here!
Now, that's Mr. Kaveh to you. I'm here as your instructor, so let's keep things a little more proper. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer, I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before.
To answer that question, I haven't a clue.
And perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
We'll try our best.
It seems some of you are really serious about this after all. All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. We're going to go on a quick field trip. You'll know once we get there. Come on, let's get going. We'll be off once everyone's grabbed their pencils and sketch pads.
I may change my mind. I may say I might play Breakers, but the thing is because so much Breaker stuff is going on. And the other reason is because I do want to play Xenoverse, I do. But the thing is, the later it gets, I won't see as many people on. And if there aren't people on, they're cheesers. Because me, I talked this before with some other friends of mine, like the later the day gets in Xenoverse, then the worse it gets. So it's very likely that I'll probably go over 2 Breakers, and besides, I literally only have to do like 2 things to do a temple. I'd much rather everybody see that and me getting up behind with a Spopovich. Because believe me, it's going to happen. As for Xenoverse, I want more time in the day to do it. Because again, with a game like Xenoverse, I do like to mix it up with like doing the raid, doing the crystal raid and parallel quests, and I know around this time not a lot of people will probably be on that game. I want to wait until there's more people on. I didn't expect this Hangout event to take so long because all the stuff I had to do. Again, like if this Hangout event was shorter, like half the time, I would actually already be playing a game like Xenoverse right now. But this has become twice as long, so I might have to opt for a game that I pretty much can play at my own pace in, which is that.
The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however.
And plus, as I said earlier, it's a much better setting to talk about the new season than Xenoverse.
I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection.
Also,
if you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like?
Like also with all the long loading screens and stuff, this will also give me the opportunity to also catch up on the drawing. So basically in between matches of Breakers, I can get that done. So this way I can get started on the other drawings.
Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So it can be any kind of building?
The challenge in tomorrow? Well, what challenge? You talking about like the Breaker challenges? You mean like all like the which challenges? You mean Xenoverse or Breakers?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. Draw whatever you'd like.
Breakers and Xenoverse too. Trying to think about which one I should do.
In my experience,
even though it's very likely I might have to, even though my best be Breakers, I'm sure.
Rather than for the sake of a career. Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer.
Like, depending on how far I am in the challenges, I may make a quick trip to Xenoverse off stream and do those challenges with you, whether it be endless or parallel quests and stuff. And then on stream I could probably play Breakers.
So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kaveh, the Light of the Kshahrewar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000 mora.
But today... But yeah, after this event, I've actually gained much more respect for Kaveh as a character. Because again, I've always liked him. I thought that his interactions with Al-Haytham were always entertaining to watch. But yeah, after this, yeah, I gained more respect for him. Okay. So now I just need to wait. First off, looks like I don't quite have your burst yet. We're gonna find some people to beat up, but not gonna beat up on the boss. I'm using this team to do it though. So the plan: 5v5. See here, you've been inside me 3 times. See, this is a battle tortoise. You don't need that to be streamed, do you? That could just be off stream. Not to be streamed. Alright. Alright, so we'll get that for the points. So this way when we go over to Breakers we can have all the points necessary. Alright, where are the enemies at?
Get out of here! Shudder! Beg for mercy.
I don't need to fight that big annoying boss anymore. Well, here's the thing. I really don't have to. Usually I like to do like artifact runs. But the thing is, as I've said earlier in the stream, I'm not sure if you were there for it. You see, for where is she? See, Mika. I've done his boss enough to where I can ascend him right now. He's going to be wish number 1. Remember, I need 3 more wishes in order to get 5, and then I have to wait for the beginning of the month of the next month to get the additional 5 wishes to make a 10 pull. So there's him. I've already gotten his bosses in, so I just need to get these materials. And then I have to work on her. I need 10 more of these, which means I need to fight this thing 4 if not 5 times, depending on how much I get, whether it be 2 or 3. And that's why I'm here. But I'm going to assure you right now, this fight's not going to be very long.
Punishment! Teamwork is strength! Vengeance will be mine! Huh?
No, I told you. It wasn't going to be very long. And then I have to choose this team. Now here's the thing. Dealers are all worn out. It's just these 3 that need their friendships to level 10. The closest of those 3 right now is Nahida, since I've used her more than I use the other 2. I think I only got 2. And I got a turbo artifact afterwards. Alright, so that would make, I think, 8 more to go. Alright. I could probably have my character chill right here for the next time I log in to remind myself and keep beating up this boss. 20 people just for that, okay. Alright, but yeah, that just about covers it for this particular stream. I'm about to head over to Xenoverse and do all those stuff with Saturday. And then after I'm done, if, you know, my brother doesn't want to play or nothing, then I'll go over to Breakers and we can discuss more stuff about Season 3. So yeah, till then.